Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. It's 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, the 4th of August, 2026. This is my virtual trading journal. Sure, I've got everything happening right here. Looks like so. Yeah, so interesting days. Yesterday was the gap and go from hell, I think. Let's just make sure that everything's working. So this is my virtual trading journal. The concept here is that everything on my primary monitors, Bookmap or IRT, are captured on the video, and my narration here provides insight as to what I was thinking. So it makes a complete, fully transparent, fully accountable record of my journal. And I only trade live. I only trade on stream. And my executions are on Bookmap here. My primary charting package is IRT, which is where I do system development, back testing, forward testing, etc. And anything that's taken by the machine here algorithmically is done in the simulated environment of IRT, because obviously I'm not gonna, throw money at the market while I'm back testing and forward testing. Excuse me. Again, in Bookmap, everything is live trade, real time, in the real market, and never replay, never recording, never any of this. So, I saw this double bottom here, so I went long, and that rear view mirror crap. But having said that, it is important to know that this stream is not for financial or trade advice. It is my virtual trading journal. Would be pretty stupid trading journal if I didn't record the trades, I guess, isn't it? That makes sense. So there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. And bear in mind that this is just what I am doing now. It's certainly not meant as my way or the highway. It is what I'm doing to spark conversation, and I really appreciate input in the chat. And thanks for coming by the stream. So let's get on with it now. The first thing on the order of business here is the reports for the day, and they are generated typically by my old favorite. Oops, that's earnings. Well, this is the economic calendar. This is investing.com. They only report on or track traditional economic reports and numbers. Here we've got JOLTS at 8 o'clock, at 9 o'clock, top of the hour. That's the 3-star event. This is, you can filter this by any place you want to be in the world. It's free. I keep it free because I think it's important that anybody that comes through the stream from wherever can have access to the same resources that I use, if that might help. Excuse me. As we noticed a minute ago, we've got earnings out. We are in earnings season. So today we've got SpaceX, some Berkshires, and AMD, and then CAT, and down the list we go. But these are by market cap, so that's kind of important. The other, because there's a little half moon here, this is wrong. These were reported yesterday. I don't understand why that's there, but this little half moon, or maybe there's a clarification or something, I don't know. This half moon means they report after the bell. If it were a little sunrise, like right there, it's before the bell. So CAT reported before the bell. Economic calendar. Let's get back to the other news source I use is Financial Juice, which is this. Similar idea with a calendar over here. And a calendar over here and a squawk box on this side. Now you see that Basant, this guy does more commentary about geopolitical stuff, like what is it his business to be talking about the Straits of Hormuz? I mean, okay, great, but he does that a lot, I've noticed, more so than any of the others. He probably makes more comments about geopolitical things than Rubio, who's the Secretary of State. It's interesting to me. I don't know what the deal is there, but he seems to feel the need to be able to do that. Hey, baby. And is overall, what are you doing? And so anyway, that's that's where we are. Excuse me. Whoa. Didn't realize I was down so low there in the chain. Anyway, that's what we have. Now, one thing about, excuse me, about Financial Juice is they will pull non-economic related things into the calendar if they can, and they pick it up on the Squawk Box over here. Like, for example, Trump is going to say something or have a meeting somewhere or a press conference. Well, and we all know that that could be a risk to the market. So I appreciate that. You'll never see those things pulled into into investing.com. And it's not a political statement, but it's a fact. In today's world, as traders, our first and foremost priority is to maintain our account. The ultimate foundational way that you do that is risk management. Yeah, stand by, Panda. Impatient cat. And risk management. And you can't manage risk if you don't know it's coming, right? So I appreciate that. All right, let's get on before she has a stroke. Let's get on to the pre-market here. Come on. All right, back to the business at hand now. She's quieted down. Now, so this is my basic charting package, as I mentioned earlier. This is IRT, Investor RT. Notice that in all of these tabs, you can see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you always know what you're looking at. These are my micros. ES and Q, the micro ES, high time frame chart, and the market profile. Now, I don't change the market profile from micro to mini, but I do change it from full session to RTH. And here, here we are. Here's yesterday, so that'll give you some idea how goofy this is. Now, what does it look like? This was the big short. Squeeze. Who knows what? Big squeeze. What's going to happen next? I have no idea. It doesn't make common sense to me. So I'm just going to try to watch the market, and hopefully my structured trades will, pay off. That's all I can do. With this chart, the micro composite chart here, again, it is the MES, daily candlestick, day session. And in other words, that means every one of these bars is a complete RTH trading session. The reason this one is not included in the micro composite, I only include them if price overlaps. Price did not overlap. We opened yesterday and gap and go, baby. We got down within 2 ticks, and that's as close as we came to even yesterday's range. So this remained an outside day and a gap up. Big gap. Who knows what will happen today? We are trading now above it. Another gap over here. This little white nub is where we trade now. So anyway, if price overlaps, it generates these micro composite VPOC. It generates the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap, and the session prices push automatically to bookmap. This is bookmap. Now, First is Blue Boy here, which is just a vertical line, which I slap on the first print of each session. So that tells me there's the first print of yesterday's RTH, and look at that, straight up. Here's the first print of the overnight. I know that this is the inside market. This is right here, right now. And that's the first print. So there's no question in my mind what the context is for the overnight so far. And there we are. Now, columns right to left, micro composite, where I enter naked volume points of control and stuff. The high and low volume nodes, which are here, would be pushed here, but there's none because we're so far away from the current market or from the market. This is the full session high volume node. Full session volume profile football. Started last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH, this is the full session of the Globex. This is the RTH volume profile in Delta. They'll reset at the 8:30 this morning. And this is the session statistics column, which is real important to me, and session prices. And the full level 2 book, ask and bid. No dome here anymore. And the session prices. Now, there's nothing on my charts besides volume and price. These are, there's no indicators. The closest thing to an indicator I have here is the VWAP, which is calculated. So there's a POC for the full session in the Globex, or in the RTH. And the POC is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That's all it is, a marker. VWAP, and there's a mid for the RTH. When we open, there'll be some lines appear across here, like here's a previous RTH high. There'll be some lines appear across here from the structured trade that I'm going to be looking to trade this morning. And that's all there is to it. It's real simple. It's just volume, probability, and price. And I think that's the way to go. Now, the statistics. The first thing we do with the statistics is to determine the opening type. Well, yesterday was higher out of range, and I got news for you. So is today. There's only 2 criteria, and it goes like this. If you look right here, current session, and we open right here, right now, assuming that we do, how would that relate to the previous RTH close? There's a close, and it's above the close. How would that relate to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high. So once again today, we are higher out of range. I always change that column to the correct type so that I know when I look at a screen snap or the stream that that is the open type, and I don't have to think about how it was calculated. Next thing we're going to do is delete all the statistics from yesterday and get some new ones for today. Higher out of range. Okay. And that comes from the statistics column or study in IRT. Here was yesterday. It's going to be the same today. IRT will highlight the correct column, but coincidentally they're both higher out of range. So the way this works is the system looks back at the most recent 1,841 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher in range, 452 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in out of range, we revisited the overnight POC, volume POC, 76.3 times, 74.6 times for the overnight high. 76.3. So there's the overnight VPOC, right? Well, let's get this a little bigger so we can. Here's the overnight VPOC, 76.3. And the overnight high is 74.6. And that is right here. And we'll just now just go down the list. Overnight mid, and then the previous high, and on and on. 66.2. Wow. 66.2. And remember, these are just probabilities. These only, they're not hard, fast lines in the sand. This is the probability or the percentage of time that price revisited this level in an RTH trading session when we opened lower, higher out of range. That's all there is to it. It's real simple. Previous high is 64.6. There we go. Previous IB high is 64.2. Now, who knows where that went? Way down here in the corn patch somewhere. IB high, 64.2. IB high. The reason we need to put that in there is that by definition, the IB high and low are nothing more than the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So the minute we open, this flag is going to go way up above and be right above our price. Won't be down here anymore. So I'll want to know what that was, assuming we ever get back down there today. And while we're here, the previous value area high was 43.1. Oh, that's the low. I'm sorry. Let's see where the mid, okay. Value area high is going to be way in the hell up here, right there. Because they kept closing them right on the high, right? 43.1, okay. Previous close, I want that one pretty much. There we are, 47.6. Okay, overnight low, that's got to be a biggie. Where did that go? There we are, 35.4. Okay. Well, previous low is 12.6. I don't guess so. All right, that's going to do it for my oh, let's see, the previous POC, that's going to be a good one. That's 30.3, and then we need to mark that. 30.3 POC. Now, this is important to understand that these are statistics. There's 43.1 and here's 47.6. How the hell are we going to get here without going through 30.3, right? So it's important to recognize these are just statistics, probabilities, nothing more, not hard, fast lines in the sand, not prediction, not magic, not anything else. Okie dokie. I'm moving pretty fast here. It kind of makes me wonder what I'm doing wrong. I'm usually not. I'm usually more crowded for time than this. But let's get ready for the TLab snap, I guess. Got 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, now let's do the TLab snap. Okay. What am I doing here? Okay, and the TLab snap is something I do every day at about 8:20. I do the reports early in the morning and then the TLab snap at about 8:20, and that's this thing here. That's something I've done for the TLab for a long time, years, I guess. Just for anybody in there that doesn't have access to all the numbers, they can have a look at this and get what they need. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. It's supported by Bookmap, of course, but it is, you're not solicited for anything in there. And Tom's, been trading for 48 years or something, started professionally. He's got, it's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room. So it's a lot of discussion and, stuff in there. So that's the TLab. I was active in there pretty much for a long time until I started the stream, which was based on a suggestion from Tom, I think, or somebody there, maybe Rod, to focus on your own market and narrate your own trading rather than yucking it up in a Discord room or something. So that's why I started this. And because I don't multitask well, or, screen snap and type and all that stuff, this is so much more accurate and so much more convenient for me. That's what I do. There you go. That's the TLab, and there we are, and here we are back to business. Now, it's important, I think you'll agree, to be able to trade with Bookmap here. And the way to do that is to activate the trade control panel. And you need to select an account, boom, and then you can close that again if you're not going to use it, which I don't because I use multi-brackets. And you get all the metrics plus cancel and close. Now, these metrics can be turned off or on. You don't have to have them up here, but I like them because I want the real estate back on my screen. Excuse me. Now I need to make sure everything's set up, and it should be because I was live last night. And it is not. Okay, there's that one. And a bunch of updates. So I got a lot of crazy stuff going on here. Where'd it go? Multi-brackets. There we go. Multi-brackets are on. Okay. And multi-account trading is on and selected. Okay. Boy, everything's out of place. I used to have these in line, and now they're every time Bookmap updates and you run an update, it changes all the relationship of the things that you have open. So it's just, I have to stop and make sure I got them all going. There we are at this moment. Now I'm trading these Lucid accounts for a risk management point of view and a de-risking rather than my live AMP account, just simply because I can trade the same size with micros and I can earn profit and get paid, which is so much better for system development than just trading a sim thing, So that's why I'm doing that while I'm doing this development of these strategies. So we're going to open here in 3 minutes. Again, book map, ready to roll. We got Blue Boy, we'll put on the job. These are the sweeps indicators that got turned on here now. I'm not sure how long I'm going to leave those on, but that was an updated thing. So I happen to be paying attention to something else where the guy was talking about how important sweeps indicators were, the ATAS guy. Okay. Well, we're going to open here in about a minute or so. Let's hope that this thing all resets properly. What happened here? Overnight high. What got to be up here? Why did that? Oh, we had this big pop. Okay. Something else happened. Okay. Overnight mid. There we go. These are live values, right? So, I mean, obviously. Let's see if we open on time and who does what and who lags where and whatever. I've noticed that keeping this thing widened out seems to make it reset better. I don't know why. But anyway, let's do this and see what happens here. We're going to open in about a minute. I don't see my GEX levels changing from yesterday. Let's check that out in a little bit. So hook in and hang on, boys and girls. It was a crazy gap and go yesterday. I can't imagine what might happen today, but you never know. We are gap way up. I don't have that in here yet. I should. There's the outside day. It's clear down here at 38, and closes way below it. So another big gap up. Euphoria? The beginning of the end? Who the hell knows? There should be the reset. Well, didn't happen today. It's been doing pretty good. Here we go. Well, that's not good. Okay, we're open. We're off and running like a herd of turtles. Here we go. And IRT just immediately went into auto stupid. Okay, so now what I need to do with IRT is change to the RTH session. There we go. Let it think a little bit here. Goddamn thing. It's bad enough it doesn't work. When I have to pay for it on top of everything else, that's pretty disappointing, as you can imagine. So here we go. Gap up yesterday, gap up today. What are we going to do? Continue to rock? You know, the Treasury Secretary is giving updates on the geopolitical situation in the Straits of Hormuz. There's a lot of real crazy stuff going on in this world we have right now. A lot of it. So here are the RT or the minis. And gap and go some more, huh? Look at them go. Wow. Well, we'll let IRT think there for a little bit. These session levels, these trading levels here, are from a strategy that I'm developing in IRT, and they are pushed across the bookmap. The way I do this, as I mentioned in the pre-market, stuff in bookmap is all stuff in IRT is all done within the IRT simulated environment, the testing, forward testing, back testing, all that stuff. And so when I want to trade something live that I've been working on a strategy, I push the relative levels or whatever is required over here to bookmap, and I can trade them live. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. Now, wow, what a mess. What a mess. Gap and go some more. Is that real? Can we really think that that's what's going to happen? Here's our open way down here. One of the things we've been watching for is a open retest of the open off a 5-minute bar. That's one of the current strategies being developed. That was suggested by Anton. Now, in this environment of irrational euphoria, I'm not sure that that's a good idea. You have to take into all of these things, in my opinion, need to be taken into context. And, you don't want to short for a retest in a gap and go, right? And that's what we're doing now. It may do exactly what it's supposed to do. That's why you backtest stuff, and you need to backtest it over a statistically significant period of time where you can hopefully pick up similar environments. Now, I don't think that there's any particular time that we're going to have an environment like we have now. We've got, the craziest administration going on with, things that nobody dreamed. I didn't dream would ever happen in America. The president scam just, well, I wouldn't use the term scam, but, given unbid contracts to his kids. I mean, wow. There's a lot of weird stuff going on, making front running things. So there's a lot of unnormal. Hey, Anton, good morning. Another gap and go. Can you believe it? Wow. Unbelievable. I mean, this is based on the Treasury Secretary's conversation on CNBC this morning about how we're going to have a deal on the Straits of Hormuz tomorrow. Wow. I don't know what, I don't know what to say, really. There you are. Now, this is, here's down here early this morning is, where did it go? There you go. This is him, around 8 this morning or something, or 6. So I've noticed that Basent likes to do that. He likes to make a lot of geopolitical and policy statements and stuff rather than. Yeah, I did. Because I had a huge bunch of updates last night when I restarted last night. I added those sweeps because I remember seeing the video of. I think the guy's name from Atas is Pavi or Pavel maybe. I heard one of those people in the video about the professional setup or whatever dashboard or whatever they called it. One of them was thanking him for the opportunity to, and I think I heard him say Pavel or Pablo. I don't know. My ears are great, but anyway, you know who I mean. The fellow with the longer hair and the glasses that does most of the videos for them, except for the Anastasia. Anyway, it was talking about sweeps being the most important, what he thought was the most important tool between icebergs and I forget what the other one was he was talking about to do with trading. So when I saw this redone, I thought, oh, okay, well, let's leave it open. I've had it on here for years. Forever. I just turned it back on. So that's the story with the sweeps. Yeah. I've had all this stuff on there. I just tried to keep a clean thing. I mean, you can see where this, like you said, you can certainly see where the sweeps are and where liquidity is going, I think. I got to dial down you can see how long it's been since I had this thing turned on. Look at the size of the font. I got to figure that one out. But yeah, another gap and go. Go figure. I hope you had a great day yesterday. And your little fish swam up a storm last night. Or your big fish or whatever. The fish swam up a storm. Yeah. Hopefully I got that stupid thing fixed for the notification on investing.com. I don't know. Maybe. IRT is still busy with not too bad today with delays. I'm going to do a email tonight, a ticket with IRT and say, Bill, Eddie, this thing is unusable. And so what can I do? I've been monkeying around with this one quite a bit. Trying to set up different things. I was playing with, as you can see, I was playing with the heat map this morning before the market opened. When I get close to a 2.5 points over here, there is no action on the price line, which I find so strange. I don't know how that works because obviously this is a point wide, or this is a 1.25 wide over here, and there's plenty of movement on the price. I'm not sure what I'm doing different over here, but whatever it is, it's, I'm just messing with it, and it's the delayed thing anyway, so. I was trying the different, where'd they go? Oh, yes. I was trying the different templates, the footprint and the liquidity map, and here's the candlesticky thing. Just messing around with it. But I cannot get the price range to get lower than 2.5 points, and the minute it gets down there, it jumps back to 5. The minute it'll get down here, it goes to 5 points again. I don't know how to get it lower than 2.5 points on that range. But I haven't spent a lot of time messing with it. Well, yeah, they're kind of it's where somebody's taken out liquidity is what the published answer is about sweeps. And it's real simple, it's if the price, if there's over five levels, there's 100 contracts total in the book spread out over 5 levels. And some guy jumps in there and puts in an order for 125. Boom. He took out 5 of them. It's just real liquidity vacuum is what Peter Davies used to call it. Before that was Sweeps was the big name. It's just, I think it's pretty understandable. And I guess it would be liquidity. You know, it's the famous liquidity story. So here we are. Jesus. Well, there. Oh, we are at a new. Are we at a new all-time high? Hold on a minute here. I'm not sure. No, not yet. Almost though. Go figure. Well, I can't figure out how to do much with it actually, but like I said, it's delayed, so there's that. The reason the original thing I thought first was, well, I want to fire it up and see if the damn thing lags and dags and does all this dancing around, right? But then it's not a fair understanding because it's delayed 15 minutes, so it's obviously not going to do anything. And the fact that I can't get this closed down to 1 point wide, for example, I find frustrating. But it's just simply because I don't know how. I'm sure that you can. I just don't know how. Maybe these buttons over here, but I never even looked at before. No, that's short and long. I don't think I want to do that. And the heat map is a little different in that it's like the book map. It's like the Jigsaw one. Wherever you start the heat map, it starts plotting over, and then it grows across the screen with no historical data in it. So there's that. I did notice with what little I've looked at it so far. And what else was I going to say? Something, probably. Look at this crap, man. Wow. This is just Looney Tunes here, huh? Let's just quickly check the, oops, I didn't do the open thing. That's pretty dumb. There we go. Quickly look at this. Here's the setup again. Now this is the beginning of the IB setup. These are the levels and the values that are pushing to bookmap. So assuming that, I don't know what to think about this gap stuff. These typically this is an initial balance trade, but you know, usually that's not a gap and go kind of environment. I don't know. And nothing over here. No, there was no trades triggered yesterday on any of these systems, of which there's only 3. So it's not like a big deal, but none of them had a trigger because of the gap and go idea. Now, as I pointed out in narration, there was an old fashioned, not really ever statistically verified, but you know, the IB continuation where they popped through the IB and came down a tick or so below and then just kept going. That would have been obvious get on spots, but not anything from a structured or a statistically verified or vetted setup. So that was the system did. Now the one system that did take it was this guy over here. I don't think I have it open here. I don't have it on yet. This system did take it right there when it went boop, boop, and it got long and took out T1 and then never got to T2. And let's see here. Tracement. Where is it? It never got to T2. And it closed out at the session close. Session close. I thought it would plot. I don't know why it's not. What's going on here? What am I doing wrong? Oh, that's the wrong one. That's why. That's exactly why. Boop. There you go. So no, that's the overnight one. That's not right either. I got more crap going on here and I know what to do with. Yeah, this is the wrong one. Which one is the one I want to have here? I thought it was this one. Now I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Anyway, there was one here yesterday, but trust me, I'll figure out which one it was later, I guess. They're just the algos that are just testing stuff, so what are you going to do? Do you have the Gex thing figured out yet? Did you get all that downloaded or bought or Mentor Q or any of that stuff? I'm curious to see because we were talking about the updates. You know, I did some Googling around and it says that they update on a regular basis. Well, here was the oh yes, it very definitely updated. The Gex Flip has come way up here now. This is 7650 or yeah, 7650 was the call wall. It's definitely updated, absolutely, because this is the Gex Flip now, and this was the where it was supposed to be able to show if they were going to start buying or selling or whatever, you know, whatever. And this all happened last night, of course. They took out the 76.5 last night while I was watching, actually. Yeah, well, so this does update, so I just realized that now. Because this was Gex Flip was way down at the bottom. I actually, just in order to see if that was really happening, I actually took this snap last night. So there's the call wall at 76.50. And the Gex Flip is way down below us. It's not even on this screen. So that's, and the prices here changed, gammas. So, yeah. Okay, cool. Well, there you go. I'm sure the Mentor or the, seems like Mentor Q or Spot Gamma are the two, or the GEX bot are the two or three things that everybody leans on, you know, the FT71 and all those guys. Obviously, they're selling it. Boom. I want to know why this damn thing over here is not doing what I thought it was supposed to do. What happened? There we go. Yesterday, very definitely, there was a trade right here. Now, which the hell one did I have on? Not this one, because this was the retest of the open thing. Well, maybe I nuked the wrong thing. I had to take one off to add the session thing back. There's that one. There's this one. I thought sure it was this one. That's pretty weird. Abby retrace. Ah, that's what it is. Because it was breakout. It wasn't retrace. It was a breakout. There it is, right there. There's the breakout. The stop comes to break even on T1, and it just traded out until the end of the session. Okay, now I got that figured out. All right, there we go. So that was a stupid move on my part to not just forget all about this nonsense and take this over here. Oh, something from Atas. The Atas something another delayed failed, it says. Oh, look at that sweep. Holy moly. Did you see that? Am I showing the wrong? Yeah. Look at that thing. Whoa. They took out a few of them there, huh? Wow. Well, get your crack pipe out. Light up your crack pipe and start throwing on orders, man. That's what it looks like to me. Jesus. What a crazy thing. There we go. AutoSim delayed 15 minutes. Connection attempt failed because a connected party did not properly respond after a period of time. Okay, so there's a problem with, and that's DTNIQ feed. Okay. That's interesting. That didn't happen yesterday. That's pretty bad when my stuff can't keep a 15-minute delay thing working. But it updated to end of day levels. According to what I've read about it, yeah, they push that out every day, once a day from before the market opens. So, yeah, I don't have any idea. I'm sure that, well, it better be live and update during the day for a few $100s a month. And like everything else with trading, if it's making you more than a few $100s a month, it's worth it. If it's not, it's next. Whether it's the fault of the thing you're using, or in my case, or me, that's how I look at it. And I'm really scratching my head what to do with IRT. I don't know. Is what I really use it for, well, the trading stuff. Yeah, anyway. Look at that sweeperoonie over there. They took out however many levels that is. 10? No. 4. These are one price high. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, IRT, you're so fun. And now this thing disappeared now. There we go. Now it's back again. What are the lags? 13 seconds. That's not so bad. I mean, it shouldn't be all hammered weird like it is, but it is. Well, gap and go. I guess that's gap and go to bed. I'm going to close this out because it's having a big problem over here with the delayed stuff. So I'm going to shut that one down. I don't need more delayed nonsense going on. It seems like it's working over here, though. Why is it? I mean, the bar's jumping around. I don't know. There we go. Save and close. Yep. Okay. I was trying different templates there. That's something Japanese candlesticks. Well, what to say? What to do? Oh, we're at all-time highs, right? Yep. A couple of ticks and we'll be there. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If you want to believe the pundits, this is going to be the signal of the end, because this FOMO jump on board thing you know, what the hell do I know? I mean, just, yeah, I would suppose that it is. Bookmap is too. I think it's just, I think the problem with IRT is twofold. It's old, single thread, and I have it doing a lot of calculations, for pushing these session prices and all that stuff. But yeah, Bookmap hardly ever has a delay or anything. So I'm quite certain that Atas does keep up. There's no data or delays or any kind of issues with Sierra chart either. But IRT, is, I don't know how old Bill is now, but I've heard I heard he retired and gave it to his daughter. And Eddie, that guy from I don't know where, is trying to do most of the tech stuff, I think. He's in the trader's lab. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with him. I'm just saying he's trying to pick up what Chad did, and I don't know how good that is. Like, I can't look at that. What a crock of shit. Yeah. On my end, anyway, and maybe nobody else is having any issues with IRT. That's something I've asked a few times, and I don't really get any answers. I'm going to do it again right now, as a matter of fact. I'll jump over to static and ask them right now. Look at that go. Holy mackerel. Holy macanole. Well, there's 30 minutes. We got 89s up here with a bunch of liquidity, and they're going to go up there and smack that for sure. And then 94s, and then, you know, all-time high, and everybody's going to be, you know, snorting coke and drinking champagne. It's like the most crazy thing I've seen. Given the circumstances, you know, geopolitically, politically here, it's really weird for me. So we'll have another green tea and just see what the hell is going on here. This looks like the ultimate pump and dump to me. You know, that's what. And look it up here at the 77s. That liquidity's been laying up there for, let's look, came into the book right there just before the open. 8:30 and 63 seconds. So somebody, maybe they've got the inside track on Donnie John's Twitter account or whatever, you know, but there they are. And I'll bet you money, not enough that I'm going to put a trade on, but that's 9 handles. I'll bet that we go right up there and tag that out before the day's over at some point. But for me, it just looks like a maximum pump and dump, and they're gonna just do this until they got everybody going on their back foot, and then out goes the rug. Because for me, it's really hard. It makes no logical sense for this to be happening. You know, based on some dirtbag treasury guy who says, well, we may have a deal. Really? The guy who bankrupted and you know, his own hedge fund? Jesus Christ. Oh, really weird. Pretty weird. And there we go for 77. Sure as the freaking world. which is a new all-time high. Yep, there we go. The all-time high, 0106, June 1st, right there it was. There, not anymore. Okay. Your upper range got uppered. Excuse me. And of course, you know, shorten something like this is that jump in the front of the freight train idea. Well, you haven't even set the IB yet. And this mess is how far out? What is it? What have we got here? We got about 40 handles wide on the IB or something. Let me get over here and have a look at mobile favorite. Come on, Trading View, get up here. Yeah, 41 handles. There you go. And what's going on? But now, does this mean that we flipped the gex? So I guess we've got all these values up above us. Whoa, values up above us here somewhere. We got the call walls and the put walls, and this is a story where they are they hedged them up, and then they went up to higher levels and started hedging them. Is that, you know, if I'm reading all this stuff right? The interpretation of it. Mid being a minor level. What does it say about the mid here? It's the upper and lower equilibrium where distance between primary levels is wide. Two faint midpoints will appear. One between the gex flip and the call wall, and one between the put wall and the gex flip. So that's what this is all about. So when it gets up here to your level, these 98s, like it has done so now, so here we are. So I'm hoping that you got long down there, way down there at the open or somewhere, and are picking out a new car. You keep making all this money trading, you know, you can just put a pool in the backyard, and then you don't have to drive your son to swimming practice. He can just go out and tell him to go on the back. Man, this is weird. I don't know what to say. Whoops. Don't have my glasses on. My eyes are hurting. So, new all-time highs. Boy, I'm so excited. I feel better. And we're right at the mid, or at the, yeah. We're at the money 7,700s. Well, if what I've read is correct, and what this thing says is if dealer bias is dealer flow is short gamma, then they are, whenever they're short, now they need to buy to hedge as it's going up, which exacerbates the situation. Maybe that's what's happening. Read it anyway, or heard or listened to, or you know. If they're long gamma, then they, or long delta. Wait a minute, that's the Gex flip held 2 sessions in a row, and now the Gex flip long gamma confirmed. Dealers stabilizing. Call wall at 7,800. When they were long, they would trade against the move or into the move. Or, anyway. Yeah, get up there and take that liquidity at 7,700 and get it over with. You sons of bitches. Here we go. There's 77s here in a second. Yeah, there's a whole thing about when they're short, you know, how it works, that they have to trade in the direction, or you know, buy the underlying if it's long, or sell it if it's short, and if they're positioned the other way, then they reduce volatility. So it says. There's the 77s. So bang, bang, boom. Everybody's happy now. Well, they're selling to all these people, so they're short all this way up. Yeah, it makes sense, and they've got to buy the underlying to hedge their delta neutral, I guess. Where am I? Oops, wrong screen. Well, I guess I can go back to bed. Just got nothing on my main dance card here that I can see gonna happen, except frustration and disappointment. I wish sometimes that I hadn't ever, you know, that I didn't have and develop the training, the ideas and the mindset that I have about trading, and just was one of these guys that just, you know, like throwing a monkey throwing darts, you know. In these kind of days, you make money hand over fist doing that. It's all to do with that Gex flip thing. But gee whiz, you know. Fade the extremes when it's above the Gex flip. That'd work out real good the last 2 days in a row. Huh? Maybe not. Look at that thing go. Unbelievable. Where are they going now? What's up here? Nothing, right? It's blue sky because it's all-time highs. So there's nothing above us but thin air. New all-time high, though. That's exciting. Well, let's see here. What am I doing now? Not really, boop, boop, boop. Gap and go, huh? Bitch. You haven't even put in the IB yet. Oh, incredible. Well, here you are. $50-point IB today so far. A new all-time high, and now they're gonna pull them back. What's going on there? Yeah, it's pretty basic philosophy, actually, if you think about it. If I stop and think about it, if traders are buying options, dealers are getting short those options because it's a zero-sum situation. If they're short the option, they've got to go long, increase their long on the underlying, and vice versa. So yeah, I guess that makes sense. Whichever puts or calls doesn't matter. If bottom line is, I guess if they're getting short the market, then they got it. Or I'm missing something. Probably. Yeah, I think that's what the deal is with the Gex flip deal is with the puts and calls, I think. Well, VPOC migration. There we go. On the mini or micro, I mean. What's happening over here? Is it even keeping up? No, 14-second lag. Oh, okay. Well, no problem. According to IRT, it's both of them migrated right there. Maybe that was a good get on. I don't know. I'm going to close all of this off. start over. Yeah, mine too. That's what I was saying a minute ago. And on both charts, on both the ES and the MES. Yeah, I got the levels in the call wall, and the put wall is the highest of each, and it's the Gex flip that seems to be the most important level of them all. It's the 0 gamma level, so it's the biggie. Well, I will let IRT think about it here and see what the system has to say and start it back up. Okay, sure, why not? And there we go. Well, we have no lags now. Let's see what happens. The thing I find so strange about this IRT story is the volume in the MNQ is 1.35 million contracts. The volume in the MES is 425,000. And the MES is the one that continues to have a lag. I really don't. Something's completely goofy. And I pushed the levels on both, so it's not, I don't think that can be it, but I'm tired of thinking about it, you know what I mean? It comes a point where you just want stuff to work. Or at least that's how I am. If I had a simple solution for the session prices, I would have be a clap of thunder in a vacuum where I used to be standing there. I saw some guy on TLab mentioning that he's been green for weeks and it's gotten almost boring, so he's becoming more greedy, wanting more out of it. I'm thinking, well, that would be a problem I'd like to have. or her, whatever, the trader. I don't remember the name even. Still maintains an 8-second lag on the MES. Something is definitely not right. I guess it could be the fact that I have these trading systems working. Both of them are working on the MES. So it just may have a lot more thinking to do. But it's pretty strange. That's crap. Because I changed screens and now they both have a lag, so I give up. I give up. Okay, restarted. That means we got to turn off all this stuff here. Boom. Okay. Oh, now nobody's got a lag on this one. I'm gonna leave it on this window. There's no lags. It's like a goddamn cartoons. I like the cartoons. Well, the IB has set, and now we're looking to take out the IB high, I guess. I'm not sure how. I suppose the idea of the VPOC migration in conjunction with the pullback to the 25 here would have been an idea to go long towards the IB high. Just front running that stuff I've always had a bad taste in my mouth for that, but I don't know what to do else. I don't know how to trade very well in any, in every environment, but this kind of irrational, in my opinion, irrational price action is really puts me on my back foot. Absolutely. Another job for the magic box. Can you imagine? I gotta remember to change this. Where did the sweep thing go? Sweeps indicator. price level 3. I don't know how many. I wonder what minimum do you use a sweeps indicator, and if you do so, how many price levels do you want to sweep? That can all be adjusted over here. On the right one, yeah. Sound, beep, pop up. What I'm looking for is the. Oh, that's weird. Oh, I think I have to do that on another setting over here. I was going to try to turn down the font. I believe that needs to be right over here. That's a hell of a lot bigger than 10. Well, there's a breakout. That sweep broke them out. Now the next order of business would be a retest. If you want to look at the, usual thing. I got to get that, either turn the damn thing off or get that stupid. There's usually a visualization thing here. Where the hell did that go? Telegram configuration. Huh. That's pretty weird. Ah, wait a minute. Maybe it's over here. No? Well, I'm pretty sure you can do that, but I don't remember where it is. I haven't looked at those indicators for such a long time, or messed with any of the stuff in the background for such a long time. I forgot where to go. Oh, that's not the breakout. Did not break out either. That's just a wick out. My breakout idea on the IBs is that and I think everybody's, it's got to close outside, and it did not do that. That's not doing anything. There's a where I was a minute ago. Not sure as hell there was a visualization where it turned out. Visualization. I knew there was. See? There we go. That's better. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not sure how much good it does me either, but I thought since they were talking about that was the bet, and that one fellow who's obviously switched on, from Matas there said it was in his opinion, it was the best of the indicators that they have come out with for the MBO data and the heat map and all that stuff. So because it made he had a whole paragraph or two he was talking about it. So I thought, well, since it upgraded last night, I just leave it on. Or yeah, last night. Well, there's the breakout. Not yet. If they close above it, it'll be the breakout. If they don't, it won't. What is the candle thing here? 5 minutes, yeah. Well, I guess we're going to get a breakout now, and it's going to stick. We got 77.18 up there pretty much with some liquidity. A pretty heavy zone laying out there. Look at them go. Jesus. Well, that's definitely the breakout. So this was, in his opinion, all of the stops that have been put up here by everyone, and that's what they swept. Looking for, using them as the liquidity to get in. No, that doesn't make any sense because the stops up here are buy stops. Meaning these guys are selling into those buy stops. Right? Yeah, right. Absolutely right. Job for more green tea, I can see that now. Okay, we did get the breakout, so we got the first signal. Now, I'll bet you money that the trading view took the trade. Let's just see. Yep. Took the breakout right there. So it's not looking at, you know, this is just the old regular breakout. When it does, it goes long and look out. Starting to think that's the way to go. Being deliberate and cautious doesn't seem to be working out too good. Or I should say disciplined. They're heading for the 18s, I'm sure, but what do you mean? Seems obvious. These levels up here are, there's the T1 and T2. And the all-important stop loss. Sure, no problem. Stops and icebergs. Nope, not subchart. We don't want that. It's one of the ones that updated. There we go. It's busy thinking. And then I'll probably have to change the settings or something, because there they are. Yeah, well, it doesn't, let's see. It doesn't really seem like there's any there, right? Because there's no, and these are sweeps the other way, so I don't understand that part either. But, oh, there's one. Yeah, there it is. 870 for 13, right at the top. The reason I stopped with the sweeps is it kind of seemed obvious. Like, well, if we have a big, big jump up like this for a bunch of stops, that sort of looked like a sweep. But yeah, I don't mind having this on here. Doesn't matter to me at all. Oh, man. And then I have to make sure that I've got this, that the settings make sense. What do we got here? Stops and icebergs, 100, okay. We don't want any pop-ups going on. No, nothing to telegram. Where's the aggregation lines? Okay. Color, no, we don't want to do that. Oh, man. What else we got? Icebergs, visual settings. Show icebergs. Oh, why doesn't this say show ice? Oh, this is iceberg. This is stops and icebergs. Never mind. That's right. So aggregated threshold 50, individual threshold 50. I have no idea. Automatic individual threshold. That's off completely. Show stop runs. Show only stop runs. Show filtered icon. What does that do? Let's see about what that does. Well, that turned off what? I did turn off these little things like this. What's the difference between a stop run and a sweep? I thought they were the same damn thing, essentially, right? What that's doing by turning that off is it, look, any of these, this one, these stops to the downside are being taken out of here. Yeah, that would be the same as a stop. That would be the same as a sweep, I would think. Oh well, leave it like that and see what it looks like. Well, we're gonna take those 18s now, and then we got 19s, 25 on the menu. So yeah, I'm sure glad it didn't get long. But trading views over here laughing at me. I guess, I don't know, in hindsight, this kind of situation, you just got to throw one on and go, here we go. Sure is the world. Sure as the world. And what's Gex and Mex in there? What's this thing doing? Well, we're at the mid almost. 77 quarters the mid. And according to this, they tested that flip a couple of 3 times, and then this was in the pre-market, of course. And here's the IB. I suppose I could turn that thing on. That I wonder what happens if I turn this order thing on the one chart here. It'd work, I guess, huh? I mean, I don't think the trading view gets all upside down like you know who. I'm going to turn this off, and then I'm going to go over here, turn it on, and see what happens. I don't even know if I have it over here. Come think about it. Yeah, right there. Isn't that it? Yeah. Make sure it's the right thing. Breakout, okay. So, hold on a minute. I don't know if all this plots at the same time, but yeah, there we go. I don't have to be bopping back and forth all the time. So there's the Gex story. What I don't have going on is the IB thing, but who cares? It's over with now. And here's the T1 and T2, and Bob's your uncle. Jesus. I hope you're long there, dude. The Magic Man. Yeah, our new all-time highs again and some more, and yeah, dude. Well, I don't know about that part, about user part yet, but I did download the testy thing, and it's a 5-minute delay to see how it looks. This is my best winning scenario so far. Here's Gex, and here's the 2 days in a row this thing has made money hand over fist. Just a simple break out of the IB. I'm assuming that your magic box took off out of the gate, and you're sitting there, you know, trying to pick out a new Ferrari, I guess. I hope. Let me put it that way. I hope you both are. I just wish I was. Okay. Come on down. Come on. Look at this go. Yep. Well, Jolts is come and gone, and what's his name is busy talking about something. And well, that VPOC migration was definitely. I bet the TLab boys are all excited. Or if you want to look at the after the sweep, the IB continuation trade, the old-fashioned one is still a good one. Magic, I hope your box is. I'm sure you did great. Just looking at it. It's been just a one-way street, huh? That's a perfect environment. Boy, a gap and go. How could you ask for anything more? And it's Tuesday, so it fits in your Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. I'm assuming that this sweep up here into this liquidity was profit taking. Makes sense, I guess, doesn't it? 25 is the mid on that Gex thing. And the mid flip is, or the Gex flip has come up to 76, hasn't it? Yeah, 76 half. Gonna get up here to T1 pretty quick on this little guy. That's what happened yesterday. Got to T1 here and then didn't make T2 and closed at the end of the session. Oh, Anton, something I picked up in the videos about it, the ATAS, from that fellow, that the sweeps and the stops and all that stuff are part of the package now, but as of the first of the year, they're going to all be an additional charge. You know, which is just, that's pretty normal, but that I just happened to notice that because I was looking at the price of it as it is now compared to what I'm paying for RT. So it'd be worth confirming, I think. These pullbacks, I don't know. I'm just terrible. Well, don't seem to be very good at any trading lately, but these kind of trend things, and I just don't have, for something's in me, I just can't go, okay, I'm just going to throw along on there and, you know, Yahoo, let's go. Looking here, looking here, looking here, and standing here regretting not being long. It's screwing with my head. That's for sure. What's going on here everywhere? Thing. Okay. Look at these profiles. Yesterday, today. Now, if you want to be a P and D guy or B and P guy or whatever, however they talk about it, this is long liquidation, and this is long liquidation, not short covering. Long liquidation. You know, what the hell? I guess it makes sense. Well, it is until the first of the year is what he said, even with the lifetime. But maybe I misheard him. That's sure possible. I'm sure you're right. In the video of his that I was talking about with where he's looking at the indicators for the MBO data. If I remember right. Looked at a few of those now, so they kind of get mixed up. The split second, my thinking goes, and the split second that I just think, "Ah, to hell with it," and go long on the next pullback, it'll turn around and dump back back to the POC. Oop. Wrong window, sorry. Nope. Well, well. So we got the 30s up here, huh? 25 is the mid thing or whatever it's called. Yeah, the mid. Right there, right now. Magic, I don't know whether you care or not, but this thing here is free. This Gex deal is pretty... Obviously, the guy's a hell of a lot smarter than I am, but it's free for TradingView if you do that. And I don't know about Ninja Trader, but yeah, there you go. It's just a free indicator called My Free Gamma Levels. Right there. In case you're curious. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, of course, I'm sure he probably was. And if he wasn't, that's going to probably come back and bite him at some point. You know, if they sell all-in licenses and then start charging for extra stuff that you are already using in that license, I'm sure they wouldn't do that. That probably wouldn't be the best idea. Knockwood Bookmap has never done that yet. But the way they get around it is they put stuff and it's a, What was I looking at? Oh, the Gex things. That's right. You need to have the API from the Gex bot, but which is a whole other subscription to that outfit. But just the book map add-in or whatever they call it to plot all those levels on your book map is $300 one time. A lifetime thing. But the real, the data is a different story. If I was looking at the whole add-on thing correctly. That's pretty, well, I don't know. Scott Posini, that guy, he sells ridiculously expensive crap. I'm shocked at the stuff he sells. It turns out to be some basic indicator. Definitely knows how to monetize. Definitely knows that. Well, they're kind of running out of steam here, are they? Pretty flat on the top, though, still. The NASDAQ is just looking like a regular profile. It's got taper on both ends and or kurtosis. As yesterday, this damn thing's flat as a board. I suppose there's some static boys that figured this was a bar trade somehow or another. Yeah, I didn't take a liking to that guy early on, years ago. It just looked like Scamorama to me. But, teach their own. Look at us go. Jesus Christ. Wait a minute. Here's the deal. What's going on here? That was the all-time high from a different day ago. The all-time high is over, according to this, is over here at 48.75. Or 77. What? Hold on a minute. Nobody move. What's going on? Oh, there we go. I got it now. I had the damn window screwed up. And I was looking at this. Wait a minute. I was looking at that and going, wait a minute, that's not the all. Yeah, there we go. Hide in there. Little devil. I'm about ready to throw a trade on and then just go to bed. Couldn't do much worse. Did it again. Well, there we go. Tom's getting ready to stream, so maybe he's got some words of advice there. I'm sure he's long off the open. I would imagine lots of them are furs and all those guys, I suppose. Okay, so there's T1 and stop to break even here. And this was just real simple. It's just a breakout, and stop is 50% of the range, and the targets are 50 and 50 on plus this one, you know, so that's all there is to it. Breakout being specifically open inside, close outside, and so not any of the fence thing where it pulls back and wicks in or any of that stuff. But hey, last 2 days it would have been a pretty good deal. It's like all of them, right? They're good till they're not. I do have that coded up essentially, so I can back test it and have some sort of statistics about it around it. Ooh, here we go. And now we got some down stops now. Oh boy, here we go. Better get some more tea here for the big downdraft. Huh? I drink so much water every day. I gotta think of stuff to put in it. Like I just keep green tea bags soaking over here or something, because it just gets boring. I don't know. Someday I have to actually measure how many gallons of water I drink in a day. Oop, oop. Now the actual specific retest or retrace edgeful idea, no trigger, same as yesterday. This is basically the breakout that the trading view took, and you can see that it's a no look back, right? And there will be nothing over here either. Oh, I didn't reset all this crap after I restarted IRT. Well, there's one long down here. Not sure. Oh no, that's a short. What? It doesn't look right. That doesn't look correct here. There was the big stop run, which took the IB. Pullback zone and then the trigger. So it is correct. So this is, and stop stops this put. So 10 ticks. That's the old fashioned zone system. Oh, there we go. Sweeperoonie. Look at there. Why? What the hell happened there? Okay. I hope that was on. Yeah, it is. Good. On the screen. So that's the second one. $751 stops, and there's a sweep. Now, wouldn't you imagine that those numbers should add up? So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5, and this is only 7.5. So somewhere there's 100 stops that didn't get figured in there somewhere or another. Oh, there we go. There's a 67. This thing will aggregate. You see how that works? As you scroll them in and out, it aggregates them together. So is that the top? Is it short? Vernon? Yeah, it's like we were laughing. I haven't looked at Puccini's anything for Jesus years, literally 2 years at least. The first, and then only briefly. And it was like every second word out of his mouth was, "That's available on my website, and that's my paid this and that and something else." And I just thought, oh, okay, I know where you're coming from, and that was, and I'm gonna knock off early because I'm going golfing and all this, you know. I made mine today. I'm going golfing, that kind of stuff. Okay, but I don't remember what his screens look like, to be honest about it. I did show you that one the other day that I screen grabbed that was just like, where the hell? I could not find, no pun intended, or, you know, nothing malice meant, but I couldn't find the price, current price. There was so much colors and lines and bubbles and, and bullshit. I couldn't find anything. And that, yeah, good for them if they're trading it and making money with it, you know, great. Obviously, I'm looking at this and I see price and I'm not making money with it, so they're better. They're doing better than me, and then my hat's off to them. So for some reason, this was a reason to sweep. Take profit, I guess. Whoever got long were the last time or something. I mean, I can't imagine that somebody's positioning shorts. So my only thinking is they got to be taking profit. Because all these stops, when they get triggered, they've got to buy. And that means this guy's selling to him. So if he's long from down here, he's taking profit, I guess. I don't know. I haven't looked in a long time. No interest. I think that's when I first got around Bookmap over here. Before I'd really bumped into the TLab, I think, maybe. And that German guy, that Gunther, or whatever his name was, Ruther, or whatever it is, him too. Well, let's see now. Am I making money over here? Let's see what my trading view bucks. Yeah. Oh. They just can't stop. Can't stop till they get enough. Here we go for 40s. I'm sure there's a way to get on some of these somehow or another. I guess this would have been it down here, I guess. Or, you know, magic box at the open. That would have been the best one. And magic box at the open. Jesus, Criminy Christ. It wears me down, you know, seeing this kind of price action, and I don't really think, I keep thinking this is, you know, going long at the top and all that kind of crap. And then it keeps doing this. It starts wearing me down, and pretty soon Monkey Boy, you know, is over here whispering in my ear and making a bunch of great suggestions. But really, if I'd have just gone long at any freaking place along here, why not? You know? Yeah, it's just disappointing. I don't know what's wrong with me, but it's better change quick, or I'm not gonna be a pretty picture. I'm just picking them off. Bang, boom, bing. I mean, they put the liquidity out there, and here we go. It's like, here's a road sign. You know, it's like driving down the freeway and reading the Burma shave signs. Well, no, not really, other than the fact that, you know, someone is selling to all of these irrational, exuberant buyers. It's not shorts, it's not stop, it's not anything. We're above all-time highs. Somebody is selling to all these people. And how is that somebody going to make money? They're going to get them all along like Kelsey's nuts, and then they're going to just pull the rug out from under it. I mean, makes sense to me. Market goes up to go down, and goes down to go up. It's the old adage. And it's true. Now, maybe this has got to do with that hedge stuff and the dealers, buying the underlying to hedge themselves and all that stuff. Which I means that they don't care. Since they're not buying the underlying for, basically for profit or whatever. But even at that, they're buying the underlying. Who's selling it to them? Somebody. Some futures market maker? Somebody. Because it's not like stock. There's not some big pool where somebody can buy or sell. Somebody's taking the other side of every one of those trades. Even if it's an options guy hedging, somebody's taking the other side. I think. At least that's how I understand it. But yeah, I agree with you. All this thing is doing is going straight up. Confirming to the government that they're doing a great job and the economy's super. And let's go start a new war somewhere else. And, tell those Ukrainians to piss up a rope. Russia's been bombing the shit out of Ukraine and Kiev for how long? How many years? Do you know that war's been going on longer than the First World War did? I was surprised to hear that fact. But anyway, I'm sure you do know that. And then Ukraine has one drone go goofing into some beach and knock off a few Russians, and everybody's making a big deal about it. It's like, good Christ, how many people have been killed in Ukraine? Men, women, and kids. It's amazing. The spin and the bullshit is really amazing. But this kind of market crap reinforces that thinking and reinforces that, we're doing a great job. Look at the great job we're doing. Makes me sick. Truly makes me sick. If you guys want to see her go down, I'll throw a long on over here, and we'll get right back down to the 32. 32's pretty quick. That's exactly the way my brain's thinking right now. When Monkey's boy is going, see, I told you to get along down there. And here we go. It must have heard me. Yeah, it just makes me sick to my stomach. Or I don't know about sick as much as just totally I'm disappointed, you know, I don't know. Doesn't seem like a strong enough word. Well, you see where had I listened to myself and said, well, okay, you guys want to see us get back down to the 32s, I'll go short, I'll go long. And look at that. Not funny, but it is. I got Monkey Boy's all butthurt now. He thought he had me. Yeah, that whole mess is so crazy. And they ought to just blow the shit up, that whole goddamn beach up and everybody on it. And maybe then the Russians will go, oh, wait a minute, this is a bad idea. You know? I did hear the other day, though, that 18 provinces or whatever you call them in Russia, which I didn't even know there was, have sent requests that Putin step down. I bet those guys didn't last very long, but I was surprised to hear that. Whether it's just BS or not, I don't know. Yeah, just go blow the shit up of that whole beach. Turn that thing into hamburger pizza. Let them know what it's like. I was surprised to hear, though, that that's been going longer than World War I. Well, I'll have to maybe listen to what Tom has to say about all of this later today or tonight or something. Maybe. If I remember to when I go to sleep. I'm sure they're all on the right side of it. That's for sure. Good for them. What the hell is going on? Yeah, I agree with you completely. Completely. That's like saying you hope Trump stops lying. I still that print. I still that news thing was so funny. I could not believe it. I made a screen capture of it. It's like Jesus. You wonder what world or reality or something they live in. And I hope to God I'm not that delusional. Maybe I am, but I'm sure there are those that would say so. But yeah, that was the all-time quote. I'm gonna frame it and put it on the freaking wall, I think. That was pretty funny. I can't believe I think it's amazing that the reporters were able to contain their laughter at that statement, you know, because you know that every one of them had to think exactly the same thing at exactly the same time. Now, I'm not positive it was a press conference. It might have been just some, you know, BS deal with his human printer or somebody, but boy, that was funny. Well, 11 o'clock. Now are they going to turn them around at 12 and take this thing all the way down to a doji? Remember now, look at this. You know, this bar, well, from high to low, is essentially the same as here, same as here. Went up, went down, went all the way down and ended up right smack in the middle. That'd be this thing closing right here. Who the hell knows, you know? That is true speculation at its finest. I heard somebody talking about him, or maybe I must have read it, that he would never, you know, end the war or anything like that because it's his belief and he wants to maintain the belief of the Russian people that the Russian army is the strongest in the world and invincible and all that. So it would be, you know, disgrace and loss on all kinds of levels. No clue, but it was an interesting thought or perspective, you know. So I guess this was the buy the dip, huh? We still have the 49s way up above us there. That's got to be some sort of a thing. It's the... Well, the call wall is something. 78s. No, there's no real... Oh, wait. Bunch of strikes are at the money. It's at half there. This thing has already taken one and going to likely take two. It's really disappointing in myself, not in, you know, anything else. It's not new that I've never been a good trader of trend markets, though, because I'm always continually in my mind, you know, I guess paranoid now is it's going to switch and all this kind of stuff. Except I suppose once upon a time when I just was as euphoric and irrational as the rest of the people that are doing the trading today. And all this big pop this morning was based on dissent saying we might have a deal on the Straits of Hormuz tomorrow. What if they might? I guess that means it could be they might not also, you know. And no comment, of course, from Rubio or Trump or anybody else, just him. And here we go. Hello. Who the hell knows? But if they get all the retail long like crazy and then, you know, jerk the rug out from under them all, somebody's going to make millions. And I'm sure the orange one will be part of it. I would guess. Suspiciously quiet today. Oh, Iran weighs allowing Europe to clear mines in the Straits of Hormuz. Says who? I don't know. Somebody. And traders are no longer pricing in a hike, which is everybody that I've heard of that knows anything about finance says that very definitely they should have hiked it this last time, but that Warsh was afraid. Trump is going to set a price floor and tariffs on imports of polysilicon and derivative products used in chip and solar panels. Huh. Okay. There you go. Mm. Mm-hmm. Well, we're sneaking up on 11 o'clock. I hear Mom rustling around the kitchen. That's a good sign. My stomach thinks my throat's been cut. 42s. Why, you know? What? Still flat on the top, though. As I said every time, this doesn't look like a finished auction. So what do I suppose needs to happen? I would guess that before this day's over, there'll be some taper up here like there is down here. Didn't get it very much yesterday, though. And here we are again. I don't know. Probably just making it up. I really have no. Yeah, these kind of days are weird for me. I don't know what to think. Trump is suspiciously, is he flying or doing something? He's suspiciously quiet here. Maybe he's waiting everybody in the family to get short, and then he's going to put the dump on him, the Trump dump. Who knows? The disappointing part of it is that could well be happening. You know, that's the part that I find so amazing nowadays. Buys millions, buys a bunch of Dell, and then comes online and says you should buy Dell, and signs a non-compete, accepts a non-compete contract with the Pentagon for billions of dollars for Dell computers. I mean, Jesus, it's just breathtaking. Breathtaking. Well, I guess if you want to believe Tom, I guess they found value. Thing about a trend, the old thinking about a trend day is that there's no value. The market is seeking value, and now they have found a place where they can trade. So now I guess we've found value. I guess. Pretty damn close to 8,000, you know. And this is the kind of market that encourages the big money donors, you know. I think. No, I don't think I know. Because their valuation goes up. And SpaceX reports tonight, and so does AMD. So the story goes. I'm not sure why the Berkshire Hathaways were both in there, the two, because they reported yesterday, I thought, but they were on the report for today. I'm not sure what the deal was there. Oh, wait a minute. Let's look at that, actually. Got it. So here's the earnings. Either the two Berkshires, A and B, are in here, but they were in here yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. No, they were not. They got moved, apparently, because they were definitely in here when I copied this and put it out for yesterday. Well, good. That makes sense to me then. Okay, cool. I wondered what was going on with that. Or I've lost my mind even further. That's another possibility. Boop. What's good? This is non-farm payroll week and everything too. Remember all of that. S&P PMIs is tomorrow. And both ISMs are tomorrow. Iran and Oman are having negotiations to determine the safe passage to the Straits of Hormuz. Good. Good for them. Interesting that the discussions are between Iran and Oman. Which how it ought to be. I mean, that's their part of the world, and they're yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's I agree with you completely. You know, it's just this is crack, or better drugs than I ever had back in the day. That's for sure. That's for sure. Oh, sweeperoonie, here we go. Sweep those highs, baby. Get all those stops up there now. Again. Ooh, I get the stops being up there. Everybody trying to pick the top. Yep, take care, man. Me too. I'm just putting in my time and getting more frustrated by the minute. But it's part of the commitment to doing the stream, so I will continue. I'll do the midday break at the bottom of the hour, probably. Have a good one. Yeah, that whole Musk fanboy thing, that is really weird. Now we're headed for the 49, so that 50 level. I suppose. So that's sweep. Well, absolutely, up they go. Ooh, here's a break. Here's a bar trade. Here's a bar trade. I like the idea of bar. I think that's got a good ring to it. It's got a nice ring. Bunch of buy stops. Means that somebody sold to all of those buy stops, and they sold to them, so they're short or they're taking profit. I guess that's probably what's happening. They're long around the 22s and they're selling into those runs at the 42s, I guess is it. Magic, if you're still around, how's things out in your world there? The heat is kind of broken off here a little bit, except yesterday it was up to 95. It was like 35. And if you're not around, good for you. I'm sure you made your money early, and it's probably a nice day to get out and do something. Besides, drink the Kool-Aid. So I'm assuming the way this is working is the higher time frame is they're buying them. They're running the stops so they can buy. Now they're long. They sweep them and take the profit. What I guess is happening. Seems like what's up to me. And I am just too leery and too this is outer space as far as I'm concerned. With regard to structured trades and all that, and the trade that I did, the algorithm did do, which I've coded, is right here. And so there's the long, there's T1, there's the long of the breakout, T1, trails up the stop, heading for T2. I didn't do it myself, but I'm telling you what, I think I'm going to just stop thinking about all the rest of this and trade like that. Got to do something there. And they're going to take it to 49s, absolutely, or the 50s. That liquidity's been in there a long time, and they're going to go up and get it, absolutely. Mark my words, we're at 44, you get along at 44 or half right there, and then see where you go. We'll put a line, we'll put a vertical line there, imaginary trade. Maybe I'll feel a little better. See what happens. Don't forget, it's 11:30 now, so if in fact you're trading. Well, I don't think that's the case. So I don't think anybody would be listening here that would be trading, so except maybe Magic. And he knows what he's doing. Oh, look at there. Now they're going to run them down here for a sweep? No? So you see, if you got long there, there's your stop. Nope, not quite. Almost. That's exactly why I don't trade in this kind of an environment. That's exactly what I would have done right there. Like I just mentioned, and you know, put that vertical line instead of clicking the mouse. This monkey boy gets to you after a while. Wears you down. I think my second target just got hit over here on the TV thing. Oh, almost. Oh, there's the target. There's T2. We're at that ATM right now. Yeah. Oh boy, the boss is calling. That's a good sign. That means someone's out there to eat. Look at this damn thing go. Wow, and I just continue to stand here and deer in the headlights, I guess. Well, not really, but I mean, I got no trades up here. I have no justification for taking a trade other than, well, it's going long, get on it. You know, it's not very good, I don't think. I don't think that's got long-term positive results, but neither does this, so. We got the 50s and we're headed for the 60s. Look at them go. I truly well, I'm not really doing that magic. What I'm doing is I got a demo version of it just to see what was going on, because Anton's always talking about it so much. So and there's a 15-minute delay. I was having big issues this morning. I've only got a couple of screens opened up just to see. I'm trying to figure out what to do with these big delays on IRT. But I did do something this morning. I jumped over to Static and asked Rod and those guys if anybody's having big lag issues with IRT, and they all said no. Well, I'm going to send a ticket through to Bill, Lynn, and Eddie and say, hey, this thing is useless. What's going on? Now, here we go to 60s. Jesus Christ, look at it go. And I'm standing here doing nothing. Well, there's 60s. Jesus, criminy Christ. I tell you what, no. Well, I was looking at it here, you know, start picking places. I think my my little TV thing is all done though. Yep, there we are. There's the entry, there's T1, there's T2, and, you know, points north. So there you have it. I'm going to take a step away here, Magic, and jump through the shower and do the midday thing and all of that. Be depressed. Yeah. Why? Why is this happening? Anyway, I'll be back pretty quick. And they are just smoking this thing. Hey, dude. Yeah, I'm going to step away here for a minute. I got through the shower now. I'm going to get some food, but yeah, I've got to do something. I got to start really taking these trades instead of just this crap on TradingView. You know, I'm standing here watching this thing go all day, and I would bet dollars to donuts you got the magic box and went long for, and probably still long, and that's the way it should be. I mean, the VPOC migrations, the pullback, the now it didn't really come back to the IB at any point here, but we did have that sweep, and then any one of these locations to get on long. You know, I got to do something, and I got to do it fast this month, or I'm gonna have to make a decision that I don't want. So I got to figure out what to do here exactly. Anyway, I'm going to step away for a few minutes. I hope you're doing great. I'm sure you are. Got full confidence in you. And I got to figure out what's wrong with me psychologically as far as just not taking these trades. I'll be back in a flash, dude, my brother. I hope everything's going good out there. Lovely weather. And everything else. Pretty nice here, actually. It's 30 C right now, which is about 85, I guess. Yeah, the thing with ATAS is that, as near as I can tell, it doesn't do what I need. I have not found back testing, strategy development, exporting levels, which is, as you know, primarily what I use IRT for. So I've got to figure out, I'm sort of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of a guy. Look at the singles. Jesus, I just noticed this. Look at all the singles here. All these gray areas are singles up the profile. Oh, wow, I didn't notice that till right now. That's amazing. And yeah, this is irrational exuberance I've never really seen before, to be honest about it. But back to ATAS, I've listened to a bunch of the videos, and I did download the piece. If I can get the damn thing to open here, hold on. It's gonna want me to log in and do something else and something else. All in price of it would be about what about even, or maybe a little more than IRT. And this is what it looks like. For example, this is one of the weird things about it is I can't get the price to get lower than 250. The minute I go lower than 250, it goes back to $5. So that's kind of weird. It's got the footprint thing. I don't know whether you do all of that or not. Let's see here. Oh, wait a minute. I need to do this. I'm not very good at this. I'm sorry. What did I do wrong here? Volume delta, okay. And, all the other stuff. But it does have a heat map, but it's like Jigsaw, and it's not historic. So the minute you go there, it starts to build. Let's see if I can get that working. Yeah, no. I forget how to do the heat map. I had it figured out over here once upon a time. One thing about the candle charts, now, I think, once you get to a certain point, one of the ones I found, when you got to a certain point, it turns into a footprint chart. The bar turns into all the bars turn into footprints, which is kind of interesting. Somebody else used to do that. I forget who it was. So yeah, it's got a lot of stuff, but I've not found anything about back testing, exporting the data or the levels or that kind of thing. And this is just a 15-minute delayed thing, and I'm sure isn't full featured. You know what I mean? Anyway, so I'm going to turn that back off again to stop soaking up bandwidth. Jesus. Back at the top some more now. Well, what have we got next? 7,800 just above us. I'm not going to get long. Talked about it here. Talked about it down here. So, yeah, best thing for me to do is step away. Have a good one. I'll be back in a little bit.
Unbelievable. They're going to make 7,800 here if they're not careful. Wow. Huh. I don't think I've ever seen such a string of singles before. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Pretty amazing. What is this now? Huh. Well, we're in the power hour. What does that mean? I have no clue with this market. I would guess we're supposed to be doing something. I certainly didn't do any reversing, that's for sure. We have continued to make new highs. So if the 12-to-1 stat works, it's going to be in there. Looks like it's about ready to. Hasn't yet, but it's getting there. I've never seen a string of singles like this. Look at this. Every one of these gray lines is a string of singles above it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 sets of singles. That's pretty amazing. Single, meaning single prints where the market never came back and retested. This is certainly not something I know how to trade. I mean, it's, in hindsight, it's obviously so elementary. You just put one on and, you know, go for a walk. Put a trade on and leave. That would have been all you needed to do. The algorithm that I have put together for one of them for TradingView had a perfectly nice little trade right over here. These are just fun, right? Experimenting fun, whatever you want to call it. There's the long of the breakout and T1 and T2. These are 50% of the IB range. 50% of the IB range. So in other words, this is 100% of the IB. So that's about 50 handles. And this is the stop, which trails to break even in T1. Real simple. Real simple. Excuse me. Green tea and an ice cream bar. Ooh, what have I done? What have I done? The 12-to-1 stat is in play, I guess you could say. Not that it matters much, but it is, and that's simply that if there's a high or low made in the between 12 and 1 o'clock, and most importantly, the market is out of balance, which it very definitely is, then there's a 93 or something percent probability we will exceed that extreme level, whichever it is. In this case, it's the high. So there's a 90-something percent probability we're going to make a new high before the market closes today. And that doesn't seem too unrealistic to me. Seems pretty much like that's going to happen. It's been happening all day, so I don't know why it wouldn't happen now. There's the first print of the day right there, that blue line. There is context. Amazing. Truly amazing. 150 points or something it is. 55. 100. And 110 and 20, 100 and about 23 or 4 points. Wow, that's a lot. Pretty amazing. And I just saw something funny I hadn't noticed, I think, after you left. Have a look at this. Every one of these gray lines is a string of singles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of them. Never revisited, and I wasn't smart enough to figure out how to just get on something and go long. It's amazing, isn't it? But I'm pretty sure I've never seen anything like that before. Well, I know I haven't. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's the right one. I'm on the right one. Okay. I was on the wrong window there for a minute. And we just keep going. Sweep, stop, sweep, stop, sweep, stop, and up you go. The 12-to-1 stat's going to be made here in a couple of seconds, it looks like. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Yeah, it's 123 handles or something like that. Yeah. What a day isn't the word for it. The call wall's at 7,800 supposedly, so not far to go. Yeah, of course. I mean, this is, as we were talking about earlier, obviously they're just getting a phenomenal amount of traders along. And somebody's selling all of those contracts to them. And there's only one way that somebody's going to make money. And that it can't possibly be construed as profit taking, because this is all, all-time highs. So no trade up here. There's no possible way any of this is profit, is profit taking, but maybe it's got to do with the GEX levels with these guys having to buy. I don't think that makes any sense though, because it should be the other way around. We're over the flip, and we are under the call wall. So it should be these, according to what I read and have heard, we should be if they're doing anything for their hedging, they are selling them. So they well, that might be right. They'd be selling them. to lower their exposure or their risk, but or their delta. So I guess that's what's going on. They're selling them, and a bunch of retail dorks are buying them, I guess. I don't think that makes sense to me that I just was reading here. I guess it makes sense. No, I still didn't see this. I still didn't see. And also, when I went to the part where the guy, you know, where his the video dropped out, I think that's the same one you're still talking about. That's that extra. I did go down through the comments and found the video, but it's been made private. But, and that's the video you're talking about, right? The one from IQ, whatever it is, trading. Now, okay, I did do that on my phone while I was laying down. So, but I mean, it very definitely was made private. So because I scrolled down through and opened up all the comments, and there was one of them says it sucks that the screen wasn't working, and they said, oh well, we realized that, but here's the video, and I tried that. And I'm assuming that's the video you're talking about, because you've recommended a lot of different ones here. Well, I would definitely be interested to see it. I can't do that. I can't open two things here of YouTube. Yeah, I know. I didn't have that one in the chat because I was on my phone. But I did as I remembered what you told me, and I went down to where to the specific comment where they said, "Oh yeah, that we're sorry. We realized that was an editing mistake, and here's the video." And there was the name, and I clicked on it, and it said it's private. So maybe they've changed it again, and I'll have to go back through the chat here from yesterday. I did listen to what the guy was saying about the View app, but yeah, being able to look at the screen would be helpful. I'll have to do that on my machine tonight so I remember to do that. Or maybe right here after I close the stream off, that would be a good thing to do. Oh, 12:30, power hour 30 here, huh? Okay, well, market recap, here we go. Well, if I need to tell anybody what the market recap is, they've been living under a rock. What a day. Boom, there's the magic box, and here he goes. Wow. 140 or 50 handles or something. 80, 55, 130 some handles. On this one. And still moving. This is IRT. I pinged 2 or 3 people. I think I told you this. Never mind. And that nobody's having any problem with lags, so maybe it's something peculiar. I'm going to send those guys a ticket. This is an anomaly I've not seen before. Every one of these gray lines marks a string of singles where there's just single prints. So the market didn't retrace through these at all. Only one print and only going up. And that's pretty cute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. Which is, you know, here's 1, here's 2. Yesterday was only two or 3. I've never seen anything like that. 2 or 3. 1, 2, 3 yesterday. So yeah, anybody like me, for example, that didn't just get on along and let her rip. Well, I did listen to him about the I don't remember him talking about scaling. Yeah, scaling in. Yes, exactly. I heard him talking about scaling in, and how he starts and does, scales up and has large size 20-25 contracts. But I didn't see the. I heard him talking about that, and then he went on to the. Well, there's only 3 strings of singles yesterday, and there's 7 today. Pretty interesting. That's that IQ trade or whatever. That's a CFD outfit over in Europe somewhere. I was thinking it was here because that guy sounds English, American to me, the presenter guy. Kind of a funny little guy, but he seems to ask some pretty good questions, and the content that they have the people on seem to be pretty cool. Seem to be knowledgeable. Yeah, anyway, so these are the singles. What to say? New all-time highs by a long shot. Here was the all-time high down here at 77 change. And amazing. So that's where we are. Let's see what we've got on this agenda for tomorrow. This is important. So tomorrow we've got non-farm payroll change, S&P PMI, and ISM PMIs. And they're not at the normal times. They're at 8:45 and 9. This is investing.com. You can filter for whatever you want. And they only do traditional economic numbers. You notice how if you hover over the event title, it turns to a URL. You can find out all about what S&P Global Services is if you don't know. Big deal now for earnings. Today, we've got SpaceX. Woo, baby. The Berkshires and AMD all after the bell. The Berkshire Hathaways all after the bell. And tomorrow, okay, we start the drugs and some more of the tech stuff, but no majors. I'm real interested to see what these, well, it'll just be, there'll be phony numbers, or there'll be big debts off the balance sheet, or, they're doing such creative crap nowadays that even the earnings reports are just useless. So, the other news source I use is Financial Juice, which has these similar calendar. And wait a minute here. Okay. Trump was speaking at 15:30. That's a new one that got pulled in. This is something that Financial Juice does that investing.com does not. Now, we're going to be done with the trade today, but if there's something that has a potential risk to the auction, they will pull it in, they'll pull it into their calendar if they can, and it'll be covered on the Squawk Box. So 15:30, heads up. And the Squawk Box side over here is where we'll see the market on close imbalance in a 1450. Well, that's pretty much it for the, there's not much to say about the wrap today. Very little news. That blurb from Treasury Secretary about the Straits of Hormuz. I guess he thinks he's the Secretary of State also, I guess. I don't know. That was early this morning, and that was at least a precipitant that the market was gonna decided to pick for the reason they wanted to go roaring up to new highs after yesterday. So that's about all I know. Ooh, boop, boop. You need to use a process called diminishing. Oh yeah, right. He keeps bringing his stops up to break even so that he might be in 25 or 30 points or handles, but he's never bringing down, he's never increasing his exposure. Yeah, I heard all of that one, and that makes sense. But that, I don't ever trade more than 3 or 4 two to 4 contracts, so that's not much scaling in to do there. Some of that stuff can be pretty platform specific too, I think. I can remember watching FT71 with a webinar or one thing, or he called it campaigning. He'd put on a core project or core position, and then he'd campaign around it where he'd basically, scalp in and out, improving the theoretical average or the break even. But that's before, and that's with a program that's not first in, first out, and all that stuff. So because that would have deleted, detracted from or removed the initial position. So that's got to think about that. I didn't think about that in context with the guy that we're talking about here in this video. But yeah, scaling in is, if you got lots of contracts, it's a good idea. I'm not sure how that works I'm not sure what the thinking would be there around from a trade management point of view in the case of like replacing the hedge idea with it, because all it's doing is adding contracts as the market goes in the direction of the trade, and then bringing the stop up to the previous level so that it doesn't have any, I don't know how that impacts the stops with the downside. And maybe I didn't understand it right. Maybe you've got a better grip on it than I do, probably. And I look at the day like this and just wonder why I didn't just throw on a trade and go back to bed, What my problem is with being so defensive and so fixated on process, I don't know. That's killing me. I know that much. Yeah, you can keep adding to them. Yeah, adding to it. Yes, by the number of contracts that you're allowed to trade. But it doesn't do anything for your. It doesn't do anything for your stop. That's true. Exactly. Once you've gotten to a scale, which would be like say T1 for you and me, or for me. I always do that anyway, even though it's not, even like right over here. I mean, there's the trade, there's the breakout, there's T1. The minute T1's hit, the trail goes to break even, and then, yeah, now you could. The problem with that is if you add another one, then this is your stop. And then you add another one, and then the next place you've scaled to is your stop. That's how I understood what he said. Is that not what you figured out? So in other words, if you didn't have T2 up here, the second one, and you just entered one, well, that's not a very good example. Let's say you had T2, because if you just entered one, the minute you got to T1, you'd be out of a trade completely. But let's say you had T1, so you'd put on another trade. You'd put on another one here, and your stop would be here. And the stop for this one would be here. The second one would be here. And then when the price gets up to here, the stop would trail up to break even for this one. And that one would be, you'd get one more off, and then you'd put on another one, and I guess keep going. Isn't that the idea? That'd be fun to try. I have trouble getting two on. But your exposure is still your exposure. If it's one or if it's two, it's the same as this trade right here. The difference is, I'm not adding when I get this one. Or this one, I guess. Well, and that's how you're always in the money and making more money without any losses. I'll give that a try. And there is the 12-to-1 stat. So there you go. And that's 10. This is where that scale screws me up. I'm thinking, wow, that's not much room. And that's 10 points. From this VPOC migration to right here is 10 points. 75 to 85. Oh, wrong window, sorry. Yeah. Every time you add, your stop's got to be the same distance so that when you're at break even, you're still at break even. No, you're never at break even. You're always working on one stop. But what you have, each contract that comes off is at break even. Or something like that. Actually, that's not true either. So that's not much of a market on closing balance right there. Oof, look at this. My. 4,479,000,000 sell side. 3,646,000,000 sell side. 423 million sell side. 684 million sell side. Whoa. That's, I think, the second largest. I think the biggest way I ever saw was 9 billion over here. All sell side in market on closing balance. They did satisfy the 12-to-1 stat by just a couple of ticks or points or something right here. Not anything to write home about. Diminishing scale is, huh? Okay, well, I know what diminishing returns are. Diminishing savings, I got that part figured out. Well, we're going to do the same thing we did yesterday. We traded right up to below that call wall. And then we pushed through it, through the overnight. And then the flip came to pretty much to the call wall, or where the call wall was. So, see what happens tonight. And according to this, the call wall marks the heaviest call side option concentration. As price approaches this level, market makers who are short those calls are forced to sell the underlying to maintain their hedge, because they want the futures to go down so that those long calls don't come in the money. So there you go. And with puts, it would be the other way. If they're long puts, if they sold puts, then they would want to, short puts, they would want to buy the underlying to keep that price out of the money. Okay. What am I doing here? How am I looking over here? Well, thanks for coming by the stream, anyone who's not normal here all the time, like Anton and Magic and whoever. Like, subscribe would be an honor. Drop something in the chats. About ready to wrap it up here today. But this stream goes every trading day from 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500. Occasionally I do a Globex like I did last night for a little while. Only an hour because there's absolutely nothing happening, and I'm not going to stand here. I'm not going to stand here for this. It was like 6 points or something stupid. So, 8 points. So, and the reason I stream those in the evenings or now is I have a commitment to never take a trade off of the stream. Now, my biggest problem is not taking trades in, but I don't take any off the stream. So everything is transparent and real time. Traded on Bookmap, real time live market. Never replay, never, look back and, oh boy, I saw this double low down here, so I got long and all that rearview mirror crap. There you go. So welcome. Drop something in the chat, suggestions. You're crazy. This is not ever intended to be a my way or the highway deal. This is what I'm doing now to develop consistent profitability trading business and fully transparent and fully accountable. Conversation starter. There you go. I'll Google that. Wait a minute. Well, I don't think so. I think they sell it. That's what it says. As price approaches the call wall, market makers who are short those calls are forced to sell the underlying. There you go. And selling the underlying would sell the futures, right? So if the price is approaching the call wall up here and they're short because these people bought from them, so they sold to these calls, they've got to sell the futures in order to bring down the futures and not keep the call out of the money, I think, is the idea. And the other way around on the bottom side. I had originally thought like you typed over there, but I'm just reading this again. I'll have to listen to that fractal guy. He's got a real... First of all, have you noticed the young people? And I hate to say that because, boy, does that make me sound like what I am, but an old guy. But how fast some of them talk on these videos. This Andre guy at Edgeful, one time I actually looked at the speed. I thought maybe I'd bumped the speed and it was like going double or triple or something. Anyway, this fractal guy that I told you about yesterday, he has a good timbre in his voice, and he speaks slowly and clearly and methodically, and not a lot of, and there's not a lot of ums and uhs and that kind of thing. So it's good to follow for me. But yeah, the call wall, and I quote, is where the heaviest call side options are concentrated. concentration lives. As price approaches this level, the market makers who are short the calls are forced to sell the underlying to maintain their hedge, creating a mechanical resistance that intensifies the closer price gets. So the more closer price gets to the call wall, the more selling the hedge, which is going to push down the price of the future. And the other way for puts, they're going to, I think. Anyway, figure it out. There's another way that if it comes from the other side, then they can exacerbate the move in the other direction. So see what this all says. And there we have a nice little dumperoonie going right into the close. Look at there. Market on closing balance, and it dropped 15 handles. 20 handles, look at there. 20 handles, lickety split. And I was thinking that was the other way too. I'll have to read something different here, I guess. But that's obviously something to pay attention to. But it makes sense when I look at it. I mean, okay, price is approaching the call wall. Where am I? Price is, God damn it, where'd the mouse go? There we are. Price is approaching the call wall. Dealers don't want it to get to the call wall. They sell the futures. Or, as you're thinking, they buy the futures to hedge offset their calls. Yeah, I don't know. That's not what this text over here says. I'm reading on the other monitor upstairs. I can't show you that. I can't show you, but it was a Google thing. Anyway, all right. Where are we? Oh, we're all done. A minute into the done part. Cool. Well, I'll look up diminishing things. I still want to be sure I have a firm understanding about this call thing and shorten and hedge, and then I obviously don't. I thought it did, but until I just read this a few minutes ago, and then I thought, oh, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right. Or doesn't sound like what I thought. I shouldn't say right. All right, well, have yourself a wonderful South Florida afternoon. If I'm an options buyer and I buy this call, that means this dealer sold it to me, so he's short the call. So the closer the price gets to the call, the faster the gamma moves, right? Or the delta moves. I would think my thinking is like you typed rather than what I was reading. I would think that hedging a short call would be buying the underlying, because as the underlying goes up, that would be the same as, hedging off the thing here, but I'll have to think about it and look at a different source, resource, CME or something. I am still amazed that Tasty Trade and all that. Yeah, have a great afternoon. I'm still amazed that Tasty Trade, et cetera, at all doesn't have this all built in. And something I did read about the data and where does the data come from? It's in, Schwab's got it in Thinkorswim. That's one of the places, supposedly, which I have somewhere. I could dig it up, maybe. I actually have an account with Schwab a long time ago, and so I could have Thinkorswim. I guess maybe I have access to it somewhere, but we'll see. Yeah, have a good afternoon. I'm going to be scratching my head about this damn Gex crap and what the hell's wrong with me about not taking a trade. So, that's going to be a real uncomfortable decision the end of this month. I'll tell you that right now. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks for coming by. Remember, get some, work-life balance. Get away from the screens. Rest your eyes. Get some exercise. Your physical health is just as important as all the monitors and software and special indicators you could possibly want to buy. So you need to be careful about that. I am going to sign off now. Have a great one. I'll see you either later this evening or in the morning for sure.